country that they were the nation was very the entire tip to ensure that they had a gala night and that they could do the canal cruise and that they could do so much more, show me shopping, and we had an entire an entire evening planned out for them, like right from where they were going, from the dress code, and where should they go next, and how are they going to go, and what were the small surprises between. Everything was planned by us, and I think more than the architects, I think we had a great time interacting with them. The entire hierarchy was there, and our hierarchy is here as well, actually. So this is the level to which we went to this particular year. I think this was the best trip that we have had, and we're only going to get better from here on. Now, this is something that is very exciting. That is something that is here to stay. And we, basically Asian Paints Delhi unit, the entire unit is here. All the managers, there are 3 of us that are right here. And 2 of our regional managers for the entire country of Decor Pro are also here. 2 brand managers who are also for Decor Pro are also here, basically. And we're all here. The entire huge team is here today to interact with you. And we want to collaborate with you more than anything else. We want to know what you think. We want to know whether we can do better for you. And we definitely want to empanel all of you. Please visit our stall. We have put in all the effort and we want to know what you think, and we want to know if we can do better here as well. And it's been great speaking to you. You guys have been such a sweet audience listening to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is Vismaya from Asian Paints. Please, I'll love to meet you at the stall. Thank you.
Thank you, Vismaya, for shedding light on the exciting offerings Decor Pro by Asian Paints has in store for all of us. Okay, I would like to introduce to all of you the curator for today. Who shall also be moderating the panel discussions, which will unfold soon. His reputation precedes him, yet it's worth highlighting his remarkable achievements and profound contributions to the architecture and design fraternity here. An architect by qualification, he is also an adventitious chef. He often does a lot of cooking himself, cooking of ideas, drawing parallels between designs and cooking. He believes life, like every Michelin-starred dish, with the right ingredients, taste, quantities, and presentation, each design project too is an ideal blend of aesthetics and functionality. His work does not result from consideration of style and ideology, but from a quest to create a unique concept for a singular combination of people, position, and place. The 3 guiding principles of client, context, and climate are the backbone of his works. His contextual approach and ability to infuse a genuine uniqueness into all the projects he undertakes have consistently yielded buildings that transform their immediate environments. He believes that buildings should be like responsible citizens, and the aesthetic qualities of a building should grow from the specific characteristic of each project, such as its location, construction technology, and purpose. Each building should have a soul. In addition to the ethereal quality, his designs have covered a wide range of solutions and materials. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause for the curator and the moderator of the Delhi Edition Design Debate, architect Vivek Gupta, principal architect from Arvind Vivek and Associates. Vivek sir, can we please have you on stage?
By the British government. Hi guys, thank you all for coming here. When Vibhu told me that I need to get all of you together, I said I was whimpering because, this is not the platform that I could man. But then, I'm at that stage in my life where the studio colleagues are happy when I'm out of the studio, and wife is very happy when I'm out of the home. So I took that up. I was almost forced to do that. But great to have you guys here. And the most humbling thing for me was that one call to all these busy architects, and they all agreed. So I'm really lucky. And this is something that I really deeply cherish, the bond with the fraternity. And I think that's my earning, I don't earn in rupees, but I earn in relationships. And I think that's a very big thing to do. ITP Bibor, I think, has been the forerunner of our profession and how they handhold us. And this is another event that is being done by them. And thank you for hosting us today. I think we should get on with the panel, and we'll start with, so the flow of the event, I think she will tell you, but I think it is that we will have a panel with the young gen, the next gen people, who are all next gen in terms of their age, but the body of work is amazing. The kind of work that they do is amazing. And I, for once at my stage in life, feel that the architecture and the design fraternity is in amazing hands, because the kind of work they do, it just is stupendous. Also the Doyens.
A barrier-free world for everyone.
I would like to now invite Mr. Anand Mishra, Senior Manager, Architectural Specification North from Dorma Kaba, to kindly present further about the brand.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, very warm good evening to all of you. This is an amazing session. We are expecting an amazing session today. And first of all, let me thank the organizers, ITP Media, Vibhor, Indrajit, for giving us a chance to be here. And I look forward for an amazing evening today. And the presentation which I am going to run is a very short presentation because I would not like you to hold from the amazing discussions that you are going to have today. So basically Dorma or Dorma Kaba, as most of you are aware about Dorma, but I don't know how many of you are about Dorma Kaba. Maybe some of you are, but some of you are not. So today what I'm going to talk about, or what I'm going to show you, is not about any products per se. For products, we have a stall. You can always join us. So I'll just take you through the company, what we do, what is our origin, what we stand for. So ladies and gentlemen, there is Dorma Kaba for you. So we are there for last 160 years in more than 130 countries, having more than 16,000 employees worldwide. We had a net sales of 2.8 billion Swiss francs last year. And what is most important is we have more than 1,800 patents. So we have more than 1,800 patented products. Before we move further, I'll just show you a small audio visual, which will give you an idea of the journey of Dorma and Kaba as separate brands coming together to become Dorma Kaba. So there is the audio visual for you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, so much. So I think there's some problem with the audio visual. So moving further, we have a strong heritage and we have more than 150 years of experience. And what I would like to tell you, like before 2015, Dorma and Kaba, there were two separate brands, but 2015 onwards, we are moving ahead as Dorma Kaba. So as far as our presence across the globe, so all this red color, what you see, is where we are present in as 100% wholly owned subsidiaries. If I talk about South Asia, we have our regional headquarters at Chennai, and we are covering all these major countries, SAARC countries. If you talk about accreditations or certifications, we comply to all the certifications, whether it is a quality management system, whether it is an environmental management system, green building certificate, OSAS, anything you name it, we have it. When it comes to performance related certifications, we have CE, we have UL, we are conformed to ANSI, we conform to EN, name it any kind of certification or any kind of standards, we comply to that. Now, we have, for the first time, country's first NABL accredited hardware lab for testing. So we can test our hardware here, automatics and all, we can do it. And this is a facility which is free for architects, which is free for customers to visit. Now, moving forward, so what is the trends that define us, the world today and tomorrow? So if you see the access industry today, a lot of trends which are happening today. For example, especially after COVID, post-COVID. So from touch to touchless, the trend is moving towards that. From mechanical to electromechanical. So now you see more stress towards electromechanical, right? People don't want to carry keys. Integrated, connected and components. So everything is integrated now. Access and flow. So we have a continuous access and flow. So there is a merger and merger through seamless design. Then we are providing access as a service. So how is that possible? So we will see that. And of course, biometric, mobile biometric authentication. So now cloud-based services, and a lot of things, facilities. So product as a service. That is now the trend today. What is our purpose? So this is our tagline, the purpose for every place that matters. So any place which matters to you, we are there with our solution. And what is our vision? Our vision is to be a trusted partner worldwide for safe, secure, and sustainable places. And what is our offering? So our offering is based on 4 pillars. What are the 4 pillars? First is access reimagined. So we strive to balance form and function, and we enable both. Integrated access. So integrated access is seamless flow of people, like integrated access at every stage of the planning and building life cycle. The seamless flow I was talking about. So flow of people, making the flow of people, the barrier free that we talk about, the concept of barrier free, so making the flow of people as effortless as possible. So when you see a door operator, you don't have to do anything. It just lets you pass. So that is something called as a barrier free concept. And we are trying to incorporate in all our major design elements. And of course, last but not the least, sustainability, which is the buzzword for today. So making the workplace more sustainable and in the long term. And how do we go ahead now? What is the way ahead for us? The way ahead is, of course, digital. We are looking at digital. So, and as market leaders, we are driving towards innovation. We are driving towards products which will be the cutting edge, use the cutting edge technology in the coming times. For example, we have product like EntryWorks. What is that? It is an intelligent door which is doing end-to-end facility planning for you, for architects, from inception to planning to even after installation. It will do a complete end-to-end planning. We have Resideo, which is a cloud platform. For whom? For facility management people, and designed for tenants and owners in a multi-housing. We have Argus Air sensor barrier, which is what? Which is a biometric or contactless sensor barrier. We are coming with a green ST Pro green sliding door operator, which is what? This is again an automatic sliding door, but with a difference, with a thermally separated profile. And as I said, so we are focusing a lot on sustainability, and it is our key differentiator. How? We are committed to fostering sustainable development along our entire value chain. And how do we do that? We do that by, of course, production of products which are sustainable, with with dealing with employees, and business partners in a manner which befits the standards. Transparent reporting through recognized standards. This is one of our major process. And of course, membership to these organizations, which are leading international organizations for sustainability purpose. And of course, from time to time, we do external audits or external assessments. So that is how we are committed towards, this goal of sustainability. We also comply to the 7 goals of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And in line with that, our Chennai plant, as we have shown today, is 100% now solar. So we are not dependent on any other power. We are doing 100% on solar. So recapping it, so how do we enable your business? So we enable your business on the 4 pillars of access reimagined, integrated access, seamless flow, and sustainability. And of course, we are providing you cutting edge design through our products and solutions worldwide. If I talk about where we are, so as I said in the beginning, we are at every place that matters. So if you talk about any sector out of this, whether it is airports, whether it is healthcare, whether it is transport and logistics, whether it is industry manufacturing, whether it is residential retail, we are present everywhere. We have some of the other products. So people put their trust in us. So we have some of the iconic projects we have done across the globe, in India, name it wherever location you want. Maybe some project in Germany, some of the in Australia, in China, in Singapore. So these are some of the iconic projects. Of course, the end is, list is endless. I won't be able to cover everything. Just naming a few. If you talk about office space, commercial space, we have all the major clients with us today, whether it is Google's, whether it is Amazon's, TCS, or any player. If I talk about the infrastructure segment, all the airports, major airports, I am sure you must have seen the Dormakaba automatic door, sensor door. Now we are also there with our e-boarding gates there. So if you talk about Delhi airport, talk about Mumbai airport, Bangalore, I am sure you must have used one or the other time the Dormakaba sensor barrier gate for self-boarding. We are coming up with all the major airports now, the latest being the Lucknow airport. So, yes, gentlemen, we are there in all the spaces that you can think of, and we would, as architects and interiors, we are looking for your opinion, how we can be better, how we can be serving you better. We are helping you with whatever specifications, drawings, and we'll request you feedback on our products as and when. If we talk about the hospitality segment, we are there with all the major brands, and we are almost in more than 165,000 properties across the globe. So before I end, I would say that this is not the end of my reference list. There is more to it. There is many more to it. I'm sure someone or the other you have used Dormakaba in your project anywhere. And we have full team present over here today, and we have a stall also. Not as big as Asian Paints, but yeah, it's a modest stall. So we would request you all to have a look at it and grace us with your feedback and comments. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you very much for a patient listening, and have a very good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for showcasing innovative solutions and advancements that Dormakaba brings to the forefront. I have an important announcement to make. One of the hotel staff found a visiting card and a valet parking receipt on the floor. Does not have a name though, but the visiting card says Komal Gupta. Please collect it from me. Yeah. And now we move on to the most awaited part of the evening, our panel discussions. Kicking off our panel, we have a dynamic next-gen architects, the ones who will dictate the architecture of tomorrow. As mentioned, we have architect Vivek Gupta, who will be moderating this panel discussion. Vivek sir, can we please have you on stage? Guys, can we please have a round of applause? I now hand over the forum to architect Vivek Gupta. Sir, requesting you to please introduce our panelists. You need a hand mic?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Hi, guys. So on with it now. As I said earlier, that I'm really, really humbled to have this set of young people who are the harbingers of design tomorrow. And they're doing such amazing works. They may be the next gen, but their body of work is very mature. the kind of work that they're doing is amazing. And they are also the right people to show us the way in the debate of economics versus aesthetics. I think there is a wordplay here. I personally feel that there is never a versus. All the architects are forever trying to make a match of economics in their projects to deliver aesthetics in the best possible manner. And without much ado, I think let me invite the ladies first. Let us have Neetu Mathur from Gyanpi Mathur. Her body of work is amazing, and I think she will be able to throw some amazing light on what economics versus aesthetics means. Manishi Agarwal Singh, with her practice in Gurgaon, is again doing some large scale works and a very, very good mind to pick up on the amazing topic that we have. Sanchit Arora, the poster boy, my favorite, I always tell him. Innovative all the time, innovating with his materiality, innovating with the stuff that he's doing. And he's one of the most published young architects. Priyanka Singh of Chalk Studio, young practice, but doing again amazing work. And that's what gives us complete hope that we are in good hands. Amit Murao, he's a partner with Ashray Design, handling some very large scale projects, which are extremely important for the infrastructure boom that the country is seeing. Am I missing anybody? Prakhar, sorry. The youngest of the lot, Prakhar, fantastic architect. I think within 4 years of setting up practice, Prakhar has done some amazing work. He's been awarded on various forums and happens to be a great speaker as well. So over to you guys. Am I going to get a chair or to stand like this? I'm good with this. Okay, guys. So on with it now. Economics versus aesthetics. Let me start with, again, Neetu. You were the first off the block. Do you really think that there is any project which does not involve economics? Knowing your body of works, and let's start from where you picked up the kind of project that you're doing, some extremely large scale projects with NBCC. You're transforming the entire South Delhi, your Nauroji Nagar, and all those projects, which are government projects. All the time when you're doing government projects, you're looking at plinth area rates. You know, you're completely boxed from all the sides. And how do you manage to weave out some good aesthetics when everything is defined for you? The plinth area rate is defined. The kind of budgets that the project has is defined. You're working with PMCs, you're working with government, you're working on L1 contractors. So even the construction quality suffers. How do you manage that?
So first of all, thank you so much for having all of us here and considering me as Gen Next. I first of all don't really think the topic is economics versus aesthetics. To me, it is economics and aesthetics, because for us, it's very important to actually create a balance between the two and not really look at it as two different aspects of any design journey. So like you said, you know, at a very young age, when I was freshly out of college, I was kind of pushed into those project realms wherein, like you said, the rates are fixed before the project is even conceptualized. So for us, it was very important to create that, you know, understand the life cycle of the project and see that this is the cost and how do we bring in the aesthetic quality within the right cost. So for us, it has always been a very conscious decision to see what materials, what technology, what design should be brought in a certain kind of project. And I would like to admit that we have learned it in the hard way and still learning on that aspect. So yes, plinth area rates and CPWD norms and all of those are very restrictive. But as a designer or as an architect and also looking at interior design, one has to really figure out ways to kind of look into that, you know, because the project is the concept of the project is finalized and straight away we have to put in the rates and then the tender is floated. And when the contractor comes in with the L1 is when the fund starts. It's when you start looking at the details, and then that's when you start getting into the understanding of how to balance the cost within the cost of the contractor. So it's a fair game, I would say.
I think well said. Manishi, I think you are also doing some large scale project, but luckily, as of what I know, you are free from the clutches of government project, but then you are dealing with builders. Again, for them, the FSI cost is extremely important because at the end of the day, they're selling product. Do you find them cutting corners when they give you a brief? Because eventually you're working for a client when you're working for a builder.
Yes, so we primarily work on two
There are
kind of.
not many builders in it.
So I hope there would be actually, because we want this heard. So when we are given a project, when it's on a repeat mode, whether it's a plotted development or a high-rise project, where you're repeating, so the numbers go from hundreds to thousands, every square foot increase of cost of even a rupee, because we're talking about lakhs of square feet of area, becomes lakhs and crores of rupees. So yes, there is a certain compromise, but in those projects, I think economics govern what the aesthetics allow. So as economics, it has to be based on the economics. Having said that, that's one segment of work. I want to actually talk about another area in this conversation of aesthetics versus economics. I want to talk about the economics of aesthetics. So almost a decade and a half back, there was a design shift that happened. There was a lot of industries that were delving into a kind of design which was aesthetically very high. What I mean by saying that is that people understood that the demand for a sincere, honest, enjoyable design is what aesthetics allow. There was a shift. And if you notice, almost a decade ago, you look at restaurant designs, where aesthetics was not limited to the elite, the culturally elite, the socially elite people only, or aesthetically high design did not say it's only for the rich, and it did not communicate power and influence. People are looking at an experience, and aesthetic allows that. So we are talking about not only limiting ourselves to design. So the malls started looking like hotel lobbies. Hospitals started looking like hotel lobbies. Restaurants became elite in their own way, and they would continue their design even in the washrooms. Now, what does that say? There's a business angle involved to this. People started doing better business when they started giving a better experience to people. So that's the economics of design, where aesthetics help people get more customers. The trend that Starbucks started has been picked up by many other coffee outlets. So I think that's what we need to look
That's a
at.
great point that you made, because, it is now linking your good design to good business. I think that's a very, very good takeaway for this. Sanchit, somebody like you, because I think as an architect, our primary duty is to look after the aesthetics. And I see you very smartly maneuvering through your materiality in different kind of genre of projects that you do. What plays the most important role? Do you make a balance between, your wish list versus the client's budget, and tweak the materiality, or is it a straight game of cost per square foot versus what you can deliver?
I mean, hi everyone. The thing is that what is the basic need? Where is actually the need of actually when an architect comes into play, right? Like that's the basic question, right? Cost versus aesthetics, right? You're hired, and I have a question for you actually. What is the percentage of people currently, like the population of India, who can actually afford architects? It's actually less than 5%, right? Within 5%, if you like sort of demarcate, like 50% of the people don't even know that concept of, can actually aesthetics be actually equated to, like the costings, right? With good costings, you do get good aesthetics, but then the rest 50 actually think that when they actually hire an architect, means that you're going to get good aesthetics, but at the cost of, getting lower costs. So it's actually a sort of a limbo that we are in, and it continues. But then simultaneously, when the process is going on, you go through a lot of typologies of work, be it restaurants or retail or houses. When we are doing restaurants, for that matter, that is where the major issue comes in, because these guys are coming with number crunching from the investors, or let's say their own money. So that's where actually the big game comes in as to how the inversely proportional rule kind of follows. But when you come down to actually having a house, for that matter, or residence for that matter, it's where they actually live. And, they have this feeling that, this is going to be our house, so we're going to spend, right? Because ultimately they'll be using it every day of their lives. So there is this typology difference where this rule kind of starts playing through, where I actually personally have started feeling that, because if it's a sort of a rented or a sort of a commercial property, an office or a restaurant, that is used for that specific hours, right? Versus a house. So this is a limbo that we are going on in currently in the given.
I hear you, because, like Neetu said, life cycle of a project.
That's true.
Restaurants are supposed to perish after few years or something. So maybe the budgets are lower, but when you do homes, then it's a different
That is
ball
true.
game altogether.
It's basically on an average 3 to 4, 5 years versus, let's say, 15 years right now, right?
Yeah.
If you see it on an average cycle rate. So that is where the cost economics or the ergonomics start playing in. So that is where their mindset keeps changing. So I think that precisely answers the question.
Yeah, good point. Priyanka, he spoke about residential projects being free of the clutches of economics. And I'm sure the kind of work that you do a lot of interiors, which are high-end interiors.
Right.
So you get a carte blanche to do whatever you want to do, or how does it work for you?
That's not the case. I think everyone here sitting here would know that it's not the case. It seems that with like these high-end interior spaces, especially like houses and all, you get like a lot of free hand. But I think with that comes their own struggles. You deal with the grandmas, the moms, the daughter-in-laws, the sons and the kids. So it's not as easy as it seems. People are willing to spend more on their houses, that's for sure. But I think the money goes to contractors, not to us.
No, but you get a free hand to do the specification.
Yeah, but then again,
Economics in the sense the cost of the project is.
still very sort of restrictive to, again, what the end clientele wants. It's not as much of free hand as I would want to have still.
No, I do understand an architect doesn't get paid as much even as a stone layer. So that is a pain point that we all have. And I don't want to.
In Rolls Royces these days, I've seen that. So they earn a lot of money.
Yeah, certainly, but that's our job. So I think, yeah, but the point was that, do you think that in your projects where it's homes are also aspirational. So
Right.
do you think you get more leverage to play around with the budgets and everything? It's also like if you're comparing that, okay, if I put this material, it's 250 rupees a square foot
Right.
versus this, which is 300 rupees. So I think if you're going to the client, he would, by and large, I think, select a 300 rupees if it's going to give you better aesthetics. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it comes at the time of the BOQ when you sit with the client and sort of make them see the larger picture. You still have to squeeze into their budget. So you might compromise, let's say, land on a wardrobe, which you maybe put like a marble in the living room. So just stuff like that we have to do right towards the end. I do feel like even with clients with big budgets, do have a budget in mind. You never have like a free hand. It's not like a deal of camellias where just money is just flowing, and then towards the end it comes into 100 crore bill and then
It goes out of your
there.
pocket. Prakhar, somebody like you, very young, unbiased, unadulterated practice as of now, and you listen to your inner voice also. I was looking through your portfolio and I saw one of the projects where I think that's a retail space. And I saw a structure which is more like an installation. Was there a reason that you did more like an installation that could be picked up and replicated somewhere else? Or it was, we are all obsessed with aesthetics. We are with aesthetics all the time. Sometimes I argue, why can't we have modular structures? It's cost effective. Maybe, tomorrow you can start doing cookie cutter model. We are all obsessed with aesthetics. So it doesn't mean that a cookie cutter model cannot be aesthetically pleasing. So what's your take on that, Prakhar?
So, hi everyone. The project that you're talking about, see, we are a young practice. So we are very romantic still, I would say. So
I
every
said
pro-
unadulterated as of now.
every project that comes in, we have the aspiration that, okay, we have to do this differently. So we do some R&D, we see how similar kind of spaces have been done in the past. And we really have this idea that we have to, redefine the kind of spaces that we have in our country, and we have to push the architecture and design forward. So the project that you're talking about, it became modular. It was not essentially a modular project to start with. So also you mentioned the free hand that Priyanka answered. I would tell you, architects do get a free hand until we are at a stage of conceptual design. As soon as the BOQ comes in, the restriction starts to come in eventually. So that was the first project for an upcoming sneaker brand in India. And when we did the design, everyone was really pleased with this, with the client, our team as well. But when the cost came in, they were like, okay, this is well over our budget. Then we had to, innovate. So we were like, okay, what if we turn this design into a modular thing, and you can, uninstall it and, maybe take it to another city in some time. So that was the idea behind it. And as of now, I feel when we start a project, our idea is more about, okay, how aesthetically pleasing it can be. Because ultimately, if someone's hiring an architect, we do have to find that balance between aesthetics and economics. But if it doesn't look good, if it doesn't make you feel good, then what's the point? So
So you wouldn't make a compromise. I'm sure that none of us would make a compromise when
Yeah.
it comes to the aesthetic, because
Yes.
that's what we are hired for. Otherwise, they will start having chartered accountants to make buildings, On the question of BOQ, Amit, you do a lot of infrastructure projects. You're doing a lot of PEB buildings where the BOQ is made on day one, literally. So, and the cost is by and large almost fixed, because it's an industrial project. Everybody knows what the end cost is going to be. How do you bring in aesthetics in your industrial projects?
Sure. So definitely, industrial and warehousing is a sector wherein there is a very tight, budget constraint, and the client is not really concerned that much with the aesthetics, unlike other typology of projects. So what we try to do over there in such kind of projects, though they are extremely functional, so we can't really compromise on the functionality at all. But then what we try to do is that we try to play around with the elevation. And even the elevation material is fixed. So we can't really, just bring in ACP and glazing. So even if the material is fixed, we try to play with the colors. We try to play with the composition of the material as well. So, not just industrial and warehousing, but we do a lot of other typology of projects as well. And, for the non-industrial and non-warehousing projects, I would like to say that it's not necessary that aesthetic design cannot be economical, and it's not necessary that economical design cannot be aesthetic. So we always try to start with some sort of a core idea, big concept, and then we try to protect it like a baby. So there will be a lot of constraints, a lot of challenges like budget constraints, this and that, but then we try to, protect it from all these challenges. We try to maybe dilute the core idea a little bit, but then we try to stick with that. And that is how we progress in all our projects.
Great point. But that, that's a little worrisome for me as somebody who sees the Instagrammable pictures being the only way that you think your project is doing good, is aesthetically pleasing or no. So I think skin to architecture, when you said elevation, somebody like me who studied in Chandigarh, where we had a facade control, there was only plan that we could maneuver, there was nothing, everything was fixed. So I thought that architecture is an experience. So it's not, aesthetics doesn't come just by a facade. Aesthetics doesn't come just by a skin. It's about the soul that you put into the project. Sanchit, I see a lot of soul in your work. You want to elaborate on that? How do you, what are, when you start a project, what is your approach? What is the first thing that comes to your mind?
So the first thing, like I said, we try to figure out what will be the big idea for this project. Okay. And I would like to bring along and share one example. So we are working with a big, clothing brand, very, very famous brand, but I'm not stating the name. So we got a project to design their guest house. Okay. And with my initial meeting was with the MD of the company, and, he stated a vision that, yes, I want a nice guest house and all, and, try to, definitely not a 5-star, but maybe a 4-star sort of a thing. Then we took this up as a challenge and then we tried to give it a very beautiful form. So the form that came out, I was really happy with it. Then the next step was like, you were just mentioning regarding the BOQ thing. So the next step was now tell us the budget of this project. We stated the budget. They told us just cut this to half, just cut the budget to half and we don't care about the design and all. You
What-
just trim.
What went out of the window?
I'm sorry.
What went out of the window?
So what we did, first of all, I had to have another meeting with the MD to convince him that, sir, please don't compromise with the form. It's looking beautiful. If you don't have the budget, we'll not do the interiors of the first floor. Okay, because he said that I don't want so many rooms, etc., etc. And so basically the point is that we tried to protect it. Ultimately, I mean, they were still insisting that, the covered area is going too much. Even if we leave the interiors, the construction will still cost a certain amount. So we had to, I mean, they literally made us chop off the building. So like I said, they were not concerned with the aesthetics at all. So the way we reduced the, the total built up area was also in a very creative manner so that we were still able to retain the essence of the design. So these things definitely do happen.
My question to all of you, how many of you would be ready to quit a project if the budget is not up to your calculation, I would say, or all of you will make a compromise and try and do the best, which is an architect's duty to do that.
I mean.
Can I answer this?
Yeah, of
question?
course. Go ahead, please. No. I was just stating.
So one thing I have learned from the journey of architecture and creating a business of architecture is that, from my father also, is that it all has to make business sense at the end of the day. So everything connects to how much business are you creating for your client. And if you are creating a good business value model for your client, they're going to come back to you,
What
no
about,
matter how pretty or bad the Instagram pictures look like.
My,
So
my,
for us-
my question to you is, are
My-
you
my-
creating a business model for yourself as well?
Yes. So the thing is that it's, and I was really amazed to see the Asian Paints presentation, because the way they have done it is actually they have made economics out of the aesthetics business, wherein a lot of architects are still struggling with economics. So
Honestly speaking,
I think
I might,
I wouldn't throw a project out just because the budget is not there. I
might
would
differ
make
out here.
sure.
I might differ out here. I come from
No,
school of
that's
thought.
your
where-
take
no,
off.
no, surely, with all due respect to you, I think that is
Priyanka,
where,
you
you
seem
know,
to
I
be a
will
likely
fight with my
candidate to
client
throw the.
till I don't get my design done, right? So the thing is that, you start young, right? The reason why we started young was that we reach a stage in our lives where, you tell the client that this is XYZ or ABC, this is what I want. Let's reverse engineer the costings someday or the other.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, 10 years down the line into our profession, it's been 10 years for me. I think there is some sort of command that you go with into the meeting room now with the client being there. There is a reason why the client is hiring you. So ultimately you're jumping that barrier of that, when you go into the meeting and saying that you just half the cost of the project, I might not agree. I think you might, it would be actually a great option to kind of walk away, because if you want our services, I think you have to be stringent sometimes and, sort of draw a line, but at the cost of not sort of bothering your school of thought, which you might have. So, I mean, with all due respect, is to each his own.
This is coming, the mantra is coming straight from the poster boy of Gen Next, who is saying that my way or highway, that's the way you need to.
No, it's not. It's actually not. At the end of the day, when the client is giving you a budget, you have to be realistic. At the end of the day, if the cost is matching you, matching your expectations or the sort of economics of the design that you have in your mind, and the client wants that vision, how will you be able to give that vision half the cost is my question. I mean,
So see, yeah. So I would rather take this kind of a situation as a challenge to myself. I will definitely not walk away in such situations. When we made the design, client was really happy to see the design. When the budget thing came up, then they were like, just cut it into half. I'd rather, rather than just giving up on the design, like I said, we
But
need
you
to
gave
protect
up
it
on the
like a,
second floor, actually.
no, we didn't give up. We
Yeah.
maintained the form. We just told them you would hold the interiors until you have the budget to do it. So like I said, we need to protect the design like a baby. I mean, at least to the extent that we could.
This goes on to also show the non-negotiating nature of all the architects. They're not ready to sit down across the table and negotiate that what is good, I think a middle path would be somewhere to work within the, at the end of the day, there would be no project if there was no client.
That is
And
true.
you are eventually working with the client, and every client has a certain budget, of course. Now we have to choose whether we can deliver. And when we are only speaking about aesthetics, as long as you are in architecture, not compromising on the structural strength or the life cycle of a project, and in interiors on pure look, which can be, there's always an alternate material available in our palette, like Asian Paints has, come out with various ranges and stuff like that. So do we start sitting on a high table and saying, no, this is the only way we can do? Because budget's extremely important in every project. I think every project has to have a good budget or an optimum budget. So we are not talking about a low budget or a high budget, but we're talking about an optimum budget. So Anishi,
I mean,
anything?
there are ways to kind of do it in the sense of actually having, like, let's say, instead of using the, Indian stones or Indian materials, then in that sense, I mean, there are aesthetically proven over the period of time. And I think that's where my concept comes in. But, again, to each his own.
So again, my answer is going to be two-part. So if a developer comes to me and he says, I have less budget, I don't care, I'm going to take the project because that's good money for me. Like you said, good for the business. And if it's a residence or say a restaurant or a club where the client wants to only spend something which I feel is too less. Now my space and my time is limited if I'm doing say 10 projects in a span of a year or 2 years. And if that's the 11th project I can take versus another project where the budget is more, it's not that a good design can't be done in a lesser budget, but I enjoy working with a higher budget. So that's what I choose to do. And anyway, the aesthetics versus economics, there's no dance off in the dance of aesthetics versus economics. They have to perform together. It has to be a tango. So if your business permits and if your aesthetic and architectural sense and the highway permits, then you take it on. But we choose depending on how much we can take on our table. And we choose the higher budget one.
Prakhar, again, coming to you and calling you a young practice, do you think that you have the advantage of being able to operate with lesser costs rather than a studio, which is a larger studio with overstaffing because of the need? When you have lean period, you may not need as many people. So do you optimize on, and both you and your wife are both architects who are working together. Do you think you have the advantage of being lean as of now to be able to negotiate and I'm talking right now about the economics of running a studio, not a project, because at the end of the day, we also need to speak about the economics of a practice, because only when you can afford to take up a project and deliver to the best of your capabilities, then you will look at aesthetics. So do you think you have that advantage as of now?
I do feel obviously a young practice had that advantage, but frankly speaking, my wife takes such good care of these things that I don't indulge much in this. But I would like to answer your previous question that you asked about dropping a project if the budget is less. So I feel as an architect, we have the duty, and I agree with my fellow architects that we have to take it as a challenge. Because if we are the next generation architects, we have to showcase what can be done if we have some budget constraints. And architecture doesn't have to be boring if you are fighting with a certain budget. Plus, I feel we have had the opportunity to do some of the projects where we had really strict budget constraints, and we have been really happy with the results that have come out. So, I feel a project where you're struggling with the budget is an exercise in, finding cheaper alternatives, or maybe redefining the details that we are going to be used, and substituting some of the materials in the project. And if we can achieve good results with that, it's only going to, set an exemplar for the future projects. And projects where you have good budget and we have a free hand, it's an exercise in exploring all the materials and all the new technologies we can experience and explore. So both of them might feel it's a good experience doing both kind of projects. And for the firm and how it's run, I think you'll have a better dialogue in my life.
Priyanka, does it ever happen that just because you've got good budget, you start straight away jumping to an expensive material?
Not at all.
And that's where the design takes a backseat, but the material comes into play?
No, never.
Never?
Never, never, never. I think it's more about the client experience. Especially because we just don't do houses. We end up doing a lot of experience centers, we do retail, we do F&B, we're also doing like offices now. So it's always about the experience first, and then the materials. And I think that's the first place where we sort of end up cutting cost as well. At the BOQ stage, if you feel like it's too expensive, can't do veneer, do laminate. Right. So I think that's where we manage cost as well towards the end of the project.
So if you were to do a camellia, will you put Jaisalmer stone on the floor?
It's a nice tone.
You know, so that's where I feel the tool immediately changes when you have a budget, you start putting.
See, it doesn't
expensive-
matter if the client has a budget and then they say, "Listen, we can't use." Actually, I met with someone recently who's converting this camellia's apartment into like a 1-bedroom space, no false ceiling, all open ducting, like just like I want it that way. And then yeah, he'll enjoy the space that way. So it's really on him. It's black granite on the floor. Why not?
Yeah, so, again, delving further deeper into this, Meetu, you spoke about the life cycle of a project. How much does materiality play a role in that? Because economics is directly related to materiality also. And you're looking at the kind of project you're doing, multi-story housing for Delhi government in that sense. That is, as I said, that it's a plinth area rate and everything. How much of material tweaking do you do to maintain that life cycle of that project?
So interestingly, like for these large scale projects, and especially both for builders and for government both, like we do both bodies of work. For us, the cost of the project is not just the interior materials, it's from foundation to the fan, I would say. Like it's from concept to completion. And when we look at the cost of the project, it's the each and every element, whether the structural system, whether it's going to be modular, aluminum formwork, precast, or cast in situ. There are so many aspects to the cost of the project, the economics of the project. So we try and create a balance at the day one itself, so that by the time the project is finished and it's time to put in money in the finishing, which is what is actually seen by the eye, which is what governs the experience per se, we are not left with the, oh my God, what should we do now? So yes, we do need to tweak into the materiality, but we make sure that we give enough cushion from day one itself, so that when the finishing stage comes in, and I'm sure a lot of people in the audience are here who agree with me that, in these projects, the major cost cutting starts happening towards the end. Nahi, itna mehenga patthar nahi lagana, tile laga lete hain. Other aspects.
So the entire BOQ is made, right?
Sorry?
In the government project, the BOQ is made right in the beginning, no?
PAR is made, the BOQs come in later. So that's where the, game lies. So we have to keep enough cushion for the final BOQ stage. And we make sure we also specify each and every material in the beginning stage itself and keep enough margins so that the contractor doesn't have to do cost cutting at the end. So I would say there are times when we do also have to change the materials, both for, let's say, facade or the interior materials, but then we make sure that, it doesn't like really deviate from the design intent unless and until it is really in a dire stage, which has happened once or twice. I would not say it doesn't happen. But like I said earlier also, I'm learning and, trying to make the best of my learnings in the whole
I
process.
wouldn't do justice to the panel if I didn't speak about the buzzword today, which is sustainability, which is, I don't want to say it, but yeah, whatever. I thought that architects are supposed to have sustainability in their DNA, but this whole thing about having ratings and everything, and all architects I see go overboard in trying to achieve that rating without actually putting it in their initial design itself. Some of you do large architectural projects, and Amit, somebody like you who's doing industrial housing and everything. Sustainable construction should have been in your DNA. How many of you actually practice that?
Isn't it the biggest fad that you can ever talk about? I mean, honestly speaking, I just saw a documentary which actually had a concrete house and they were mud plastering over it, saying that it's a sustainable practice. So I think that's the new latest definition of actually sustainable architecture, as they say. I think it's in today's time, honestly, it's not possible given the sort of circumstances or the climate change that we're going through, be it in Delhi for that matter. I think how can you actually have a mud house going through or XYZ? I mean, the definition of sustainable can change and vary, and it can have a lot of dimensions and meanings to it. Maybe sort of using some XY material in a proper manner might sort of resolve the problem of a sustainable manner of constructing anything. But I think it is a fad, and I think it will remain a fad for the next generation as well. I think, we might be.
Why would you call it a fad? I thought that's what I said, that
I might not lie.
Isn't it supposed to be part of your DNA when you're designing your homes that you're doing? Don't you
Yeah.
think that you can dim the effect? I know that it comes with a certain orientation. It comes, if it's a row housing, it comes with walls on both the sides.
Of course.
You can't have access to light and sunlight, but don't you think a design still can be done economically for again the life cycle of the project, for the operating cost, the OPEX of that home can be managed better by a good design?
Of course, again, we'll reiterate the fact that what is the definition of sustainability in a construction or a house that you're looking at? If you design it in a way that it's not facing, or let's say, the heat, you're not getting any heat gains for that matter, or XYZ, you don't need artificial lighting, or the loading on the HVAC systems are not more. So is that sustainable for you? I think it's a given, it's a prerequisite in today's time. So
Certainly in the OPEX cost, that
is true.
get
Sir.
factored in. Yeah. So I think a sensible design, when we are saying,
That's true.
when we are saying that economically designing, aesthetically designing, and that's the marriage that I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
if you marry that with aesthetics, I think that is where you win as an architect. I think that's exactly and precisely why a client hires an architect for, I think.
Do you manage that? Do you deliver that?
Of course. Why not?
That's lovely.
No, I'm joking, guys. Majorly, mostly 90% we do manage to, but then there are cases, there are anomalies where, there are cases that it just doesn't happen. And then I think we have to live with it, to be really honest. So.
Manishi?
So, you started with Sanjay, concrete towers, 100% concrete construction is what's happening these days. So you can't go sustainable there. But like you said, in the planning, yes, of course, when we design, we look at how the windows are placed, even if it's a 40 floors tower. We see if there's cross ventilation that's possible, if there's enough natural light that every room will get. That's something that we as architects are supposed to have in our DNA. And that's why clients hire us, not just for the aesthetics, but basic living standards that we can give to people, which is now called sustainability, actually. So that's in architecture. Having said that, we very recently met a client. It's a huge Indian corporate company, and we're doing a project for them in Jodhpur. It's a commercial building, southwest facing facade. And we tried and we tried and we tried, but they would not understand the sustainable factors, and they're doing a glass box, to which we have told them, don't put our name on the door. Don't tell anybody we've done the project, because I don't want to be, because when we as architects look at work, we say, "Ye kya soch raha tha ye banate hue?" But we rarely remember it's a lot of times you're being handheld by the client, where they say, because doing a glass facade in Jodhpur is suicidal. That's where we in the middle once also thought, let's tell the client we don't want to work on this project.
Next time I see your Instagram with that Jodhpur project, then I'll hold you responsible for having. loved us all. Yeah.
I'd like to add one more dimension to this discussion of sustainability, because sustainability itself has been very economically portrayed in the whole business of architecture now.
Why would you,
I'll
this
tell you
is,
this.
this is, listen, guys, just because you're Gen X, you can't road roll me. I'm telling you, sustainability has to be in your DNA. How can you deny that?
No,
And
it is
also
there.
it helps you to achieve the economics, both at the operational cost and both also at the cost of when you are doing the construction. Both the time, sustainability also would mean that you're not getting long lead items. Your procurement is local procurement, so that, that is also economics. I think that's the economics of construction.
Right, but then see, it's just like larger picture, right? So over here, don't import stuff, source locally. A,
Right.
don't import marble, source locally. B, sorted. But apart from that, look at like interior sites specifically. The amount of malba we end up producing on our sites, single-use plastics, everything that's coming to site, our doors are packed in first in cardboard, then in paper, and then in like a layer of plastic. That all goes to waste. But like 90 to 100 trolleys of waste that goes from our site. What about that? How do you be sustainable in that sort of realm?
So that's why don't use long lead items.
It's not about, even if I
Sanchit
use like
is-
a
Or
short lead
expensive
item, I use a
items.
door that's being made in Chhatarpur. You get it on site, it's gonna go to waste. All the
So I've
packages.
just done a
Hire a
project
carpenter,
where
start-
actually I've used this brick project where we have just used Bikaner ki mitti ki bricks, where we've actually used it. But then of course it's on a concrete structure. But the thing is that if it, you throw the water or there is disintegration of the brick, it turns into mud, right? Of course, again, people will say it's sustainable and all. I know it's not, right? Again, to kind of answer to your question that, am I being true to myself? There are different, if you go through the studies of Malba, there's this company called Malba Project. That is actually, there are different bricks that are coming through that are made out of debris, which actually they are mixing with the composite plastic materials, the micro materials, and kind of establishing a sort of a strong network of bricks. So I think there are cases where, I'm looking forward to, and actually the material exploration of where the bricks are made out of Malba and houses are constructed out of the Malba instead of having a load bearing structure. Why not make it with Malba that is there? Or when you see houses being constructed or broken down, they will actually end up using the bricks of the old house rather than the new bricks. What is the reason why? So again, these are also sustainable practices in their own way, but is that sustainable? That's like fraction percentage of the whole construction. So I think I again reiterate,
Boon
It's a fact.
se gadha bharta hai, to shuru to karo. You need to
I
start
think
somewhere.
all of us here would agree that we'll do whatever we can to sort
Yeah,
of be
we all
sustainable
try.
in any which way we can. That could be like reducing like the number of lights in the house to make it more sustainable. So bijli ka bill is lesser. It's like having lesser load on your HVAC systems, doing all of that. But then we really can't deny the fact that even though we try to move in this direction, the progress towards that will be extremely slow, considering that not all of us or our clients really care that much about the environment, unfortunately.
All I was trying to do was economics versus aesthetics. I was trying to blend them together to be able to say that, no, we can work aesthetically with economical outcome, or use economics to get an aesthetic outcome. So let's
Great.
get together on that. Come on, push to
Definitely.
bolo.
I feel, sorry.
We'll do
I
that.
feel this is what sustainability does. As you said, that sustainability has to be built into our DNA. Obviously, the kind of things that she mentioned right now, that, okay, use locally sourced materials, or you said, okay, there are some things she said about keeping optimum window openings. And then Sanchit said, sustainability, I find it to be a bit of a fad. Obviously, I thought that when you were touching on the topic of sustainability, and he used a better word than, yeah, biggest fad, because I feel it's such a wide topic, sustainability. You have a completely different understanding of it, because when you studied architecture, there were different things that were being talked about. And we have just seen so much of it. And it's like everywhere, every decision you take. Just now she mentioned about the selection of lights and everything. From first step that we take towards the construction of a building to the end, now, we cannot be true everywhere. So we just have to look at smart solutions. And obviously all these ratings, we don't abide by them when we are doing construction, but we just, try to ensure that we are not putting extra pressure on the environment or anything like that. So this is how I think we should see sustainability. It's a practice that architects get, but people have been, just talking so much about it, and they have just glorified it so much that I don't feel going through that process is necessarily sustainable.
Also, it's very sustainable. You see vinyl cladding all around you. It is sustainable.
Can I
So,
have a little quiet at
It's
the
not
back, please?
sustainable.
Can we just have your attention here or? Yeah, please step out of this hall.
So I truly agree with your statement that sustainability and I would say good design principles should be built into our DNA. And I feel, there are a lot of active strategies to reduce maybe electrical consumption, etc. But fundamentally, while we are preparing the concept design, if we, just try to integrate the first principles of architecture, passively the building can be, inherently made sustainable to a great extent. Then whatever else comes on superficially, that is something else. But then when we approach any specific design, I think we should fundamentally, just be conscious of that fact. Obviously, there are n number of different constraints to handle, aesthetics being one of them. But then if at all we are slightly conscious about this fact that yes, the building should function in a certain manner, then we will definitely create something that is passively, that is passive design.
That's a
Can,
good
can I,
point,
can I
very
add
good
to
point
this?
on that, yeah.
I totally agree with all the architects that as a forum, we all agree that we are trying to be our best to be sustainable. But sustainability also started making sense when economics was added to the factor. It's only when the builders started getting higher FAR or tax rebates or hotel operators starting getting more rebates on sustainability is only when everybody started seeing an economic sense to it. And I think we as architects need to also educate our client in terms of what benefit are they going to get out of integrating sustainable solutions, right from the construction stage, how to reduce the malba on the site, or what kind of lighting fixtures to use, to what kind of interior materials to use. It's only through educating our clients or our contractors in the best practices is when there will be a real acceptability to it.
So I was looking at sustainability in design, as a design, not as a material. That is given, that's like I also said that all those ratings, because the material you use, the light that you put and everything else is a humbug. I agree there. But I'm talking about, when you want to bring in economics and economics of being able to create aesthetically, that is what I meant when I said DNA of an architect is to design
Absolutely. Yeah.
design sustainably, a sustainable building which works better in terms of resources, in terms of operational costs once we build it.
That we are all doing.
So we all agree on that. So
Yeah,
I
we
think
are-
there is a middle
that we
path
are all-
here, that the middle path says that we can, all of us are heroes here who can actually build aesthetically. And we're making a point for ourselves here in the forum that all of us are conscious of the fact that architecture remains an experience. It's not just a picture, and that experience is through all kinds of intervention that we put in, economically, optimizing the costs, optimizing spaces. Also, I think the design is also about the spaces that you are creating. If you are going to be a megalomaniac and you are trying to create without the usage being put properly, I think that's also a way of doing that. I know when you do projects which are for builders or for the government, there is a space program also right in the beginning. But whereas when you're doing a farmhouse, Priyanka, maybe, then you're free to, you say, no, I want a 20 feet high ceiling. I see some people with 20 feet high ceiling, and you create that. Is there a need for that, or it's your aesthetic completely you're trying to do that because opulence is the way?
It depends on the client also. I think that height also looks great. People aspire for that sort of height because it looks luxurious and more, as opposed to like just putting in Baccarat chandelier, for example. It would be nice, but I do understand that maintaining that would be extremely difficult, especially in India, because you do have a lot of spider webs and all of that. So maintaining that at that height would be extremely difficult. In my spaces specifically, I try not to go above 12 feet height. And then if you have double-heighted area, I think just that would be nice, that bedrooms and all don't have to be that high.
So where you can't change the bulb up a 20 feet high ceiling, you know.
लेकर आओ सीढ़ी change करो.
Good. So, you know, everybody is sticking to their point. Everybody is saying that, no, we build the way we build. And I think that's also a great sign. And that's the zeal and the enthusiasm of the Gen Next who like to stick to what the way they operate. And I think the panel next where the seniors are coming, it'll be a great, I think they're listening in. And there is some takeaway from these young guys of Astro. Char pucho sir aap. You loud enough, bole na sir.
I am Ashok Goyal. I am a student of architecture. ये जो यंग लोग बैठे हैं इससे मैं कुछ सीखने की कोशिश कर रहा था. जब एस्थेटिक्स की बात करते हैं, अगर हम फंक्शनल एस्थेटिक्स की बात करें तो इकोनॉमिक्स का मसला हल हो जाता है. अगर 300 रुपए फुट का पत्थर ही लगाना है तो मैं और आप क्या कर रहे हैं? अगर मैं 50 रुपए के पत्थर में एस्थेटिक्स नहीं ला सकता तो लानत है मेरे ऊपर.
I think sir ये बात नहीं थी. बात यही है कि you know eventually you're building for the client. And if we were to talk about, like, there are different set of people who are working in different kind of work.
No, I mean, I can answer that question for you if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, that's a great point, actually. You know, it's the difference between an Italian or an Indian stone, right? That's the cost difference, right? So if you can use the Indian stone in the right manner, in the right finish, for the right color or the cause, whatever you want, and if aesthetically it kind of suits your space, you can do it as an architect, which actually answers the question for functional aesthetics versus economics and, you know, in terms of the architecture of the space. It can very well be done. ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं हो सकता है.
But this is also a misnomer that Indian stone is cheap. You know, if you
No, I mean, there's no
enough Indian stone is more expensive than Italian stone.
I mean, no, I might not agree on that. You know, there are other cases of stone. There are, you know, the sad part is that we as architects now are exploring the other side of the stones rather than our side. You know, if you see the Indian stone collection, you know, we just started digging on those, right? You know, there's a huge well of it. So, you know, I mean, I think we can definitely look into that.
Ashok, to answer your question, the thing is,
I mean, if
it is
that
also
answers your
aspirational,
question.
you know. So
Vivek sir, I would also like to add to it. So, sir, you're absolutely right. When we start a project, the first thing that we do is the spatial planning and the organization. But then it also depends on the brief of the client, what kind of experience they are trying to create. Okay, we have done our work with the spatial planning and we have all the spaces and the volumes that we needed. But then sometimes because of the brief of the project also, we have to delve into different kind of materials that are not available at a local level. So it is also because of the client's aspirations sometimes that we have to go with the expensive material. And if we could do it in a cheaper material and the client aspires for that, we are more than happy to do it.
सर everybody's aspiration, you know, एक आदमी ने एक सफेद रंग का घर सारी उम्र सोचा है कि मेरा घर एक सफेद रंग का अच्छा मार्बल का घर होगा. As an architect, because of the client, so I think it doesn't leave us too much of maneuverability to negotiate on that. That's one point. The other is when we were talking to Meetu and Manishi and others who are talking, doing projects which are government projects, which are where everything is already given or the plinth area rates are given. There they choose between obviously the cheaper stone, and I think they use, in fact, even using stone.
You're making it sound like all the government projects are cheap. I mean.
Oh, sorry.
My friend Sanjay is here.
So Meetu is
It's
also
not
doing
like
a lot
that.
of hospitality projects, and that's where she compensates for
My
all
creative
the
pursuit.
frustration that she has of
No, but
using
like,
the local
it's not like government projects are cheap. It's a myth, actually. Government projects actually give you the liberty to think about non-conventional things and create something out of the box for people. And that's where, you know, it really gives us an opportunity to think about materials, because, you know, every material has a cost per square feet, and every 5 rupee change, like you were saying, can, you know, impact the project.
Why do all of them look the same?
Sorry?
Then? At the end of the day, why do all of them look the same?
I mean, it's beauty lies in the eyes of beholder, honestly. So if you think they all look the same, I can't help it. But I just feel that, you know, there's a lot of potential in government projects also to put in the right kind of materials, expensive at the right place, and not just really give a very uniform look to the entire project. So we have to do a very mix and match, like experientially what is suitable for what area. And that's how the selection should be done. I mean,
We are lucky that we have Sanjay Singh sitting here from our COP. He's also doing a lot of government projects where similar kind of a thing is happening. Projects are being experiential. Your recent project at Pragati Maidan, I'm sure that you worked with a lot of constraints, time being one of the biggest. And so how did you maneuver through that? I mean, you don't have to be here to be able to feel that, yeah. There you go.
So I think, hi, and thanks for giving me the stage. So let me answer it in two parts. I think what Meetu said is absolutely right. And I think the government projects, all of them don't look the same. I think you have to see more government projects. Okay. So I think one of the big differentiation that is there between the government projects that are happening now, which are large public infrastructure projects, and the private projects that our friends here are talking about, you do not come under the pressures of cost cutting at a later date, right? So whatever you do, you're doing it when you're on the drawing board, your PAR cost gets approved, and you're home free. Once it gets tendered out, it is not that we've run out of budget, so can we look at something else? Doesn't work like that. So that pressure is taken off. So far as the time pressures are concerned, now that's a tight walk. And the biggest issue is, how do you make sure that in this era of EPC projects, how do you ensure your design intent is correctly captured in your tender document so that you are able to be a custodian of it and sort of protect it? I think beyond the tender, the time management is not that difficult. You can work around it because you get enough time. Our construction agencies give you enough time for you to, sort of detail out your design and stuff like that. It's the challenge that you have to overcome at the time of the initial concept and schematic design. That's where, what we did, and we were given just about 4 months, to be able to get a design intent, captured correctly in your document, because that is going to define whether the project will get built the way you conceived it or not, is going to depend on your tender document. So what we did was, besides the drawings, we also made use of a lot of sketches, a lot of stock shot materials, library, stock shots, texts, design briefs. I wrote a vision document which protected us with respect to our design, right? So if you can maneuver that, then I think you have a good project going. If you cannot, then you have an issue at hand.
So you navigated it well, basically. So also, because the main thing was about talking about the economics. So when you were given a brief and the EPC project where you had the cost laid down to the last brick,
Right.
Right in the beginning.
Right.
There are, all government projects are known for cost overruns. How do you control that, so that your aesthetics, which you intended right on day one,
Right.
versus the budget that was given to you, is taken care of?
So, Vivek, I think there are 3 sort of very clear stages to it. The first stage is when the government has already conceived a project, they've thought about a project, and they've put a cost to it, right? And, that's when you are not there. So there's very little that you can do about it. The second stage is when we come in, right? And when you come in, then there's a fine balance of, how much you can sell your design, right? If you can sell your design well, I can tell you with conviction that I've been able to, get extra budget from the government at the stage 2. We've been able to do that. It happened at case of Pragati Maidan. It has happened in case of other, buildings which are iconic in their own right, right? And you could, take it to the right forum and convince them that, look, if you are looking at a building which is going to create a signature on the fabric of the city, you have to spend this much more money. More times than not, one has been successful, right? The third stage is, where it starts getting messy, which is during the execution, right? And I think this, mode of EPC that has come in, that sort of helps you in a manner to control your costs, okay? Because if, like, again, I said, if you are able to, create enough safeguards with respect to your design intent, even without giving the real design, I think, there is a case for you to be able to contain the costs. The costs are going to go up, all right, because there are time delays during execution, during construction and all kind of things. But can you control it within a acceptable range? That's I think the mantra.
So I think the point that I take from what Sanjay said is selling your design, not selling your material. When you're selling your design, it is only about design. There is no material that you're selling. I hope that all of us make it an endeavor to sell a good design and not sell a good material. I think therein lies the balance of economics versus a good aesthetically designed thing. We as architects and designers, our primary responsibility is to create good design and not showcase materials in our projects. I think materials are a tool that we have, but that tool can be always replaced with another material. You will still be building a building, maybe with stone or brick or AAC blocks, or you'll be putting stone in maybe Italian or Indian. You'll be using wood or UPVC windows, but your design is what should be the guiding mantra for creating good architecture and good design. Because in this country, unfortunately, good design is a privilege. Good design does not reach to the masses. Like Sanchit, you said, only 5% of people can even afford to have good design. 5% of people can get to sleep on a proper ergonomically designed chair or a bed. So I think therein also a little responsibility that the architects have is to create a good public spaces, work on public spaces where we can educate people to at least feel what is a good design. In this country, we don't even have a good bus stop. We don't have a well-designed bus stop, and that can be done. It's normally a college problem, in a college design problem, but it doesn't get replicated ever. And all the emphasis in college is about doing it economically. So I think for me, again, very emphatically, good design is what should be our product, not good material. I think if we are running out of time, a last word from each one of you, starting with Sanchit.
I mean, I think you kind of summed it up pretty well in the sense that, I think good design is a privilege. And I think that there is a sense of responsibility that we have. And I think with all due respect to all the opinions that have been shared out here, I think there is a cause that we have, and there is a cause that we have to kind of look forward to. And I think that the only best we can do is by having our own sort of a strong opinion while going ahead. So yeah, I think that's precisely what you just mentioned out here. I think I agree with that.
Priyanka?
I agree too. And like you mentioned, like I mentioned before as well, never about the material, always about the spaces. And yeah, because I think we'll all just try to be more sustainable with how we sort of design the spaces, and we'll take it from there.
Prakhar?
I feel this was more like a conversation where everybody agreed on all the points instead of a debate. But yes, I feel we have a responsibility, as Sanchit also mentioned, that I know myself as a kid, I have been growing up complaining about why doesn't my country look as good as when we go to vacations, our parents, or Europe or US. So we have the responsibility now to define that. And when we are working with low cost architecture or projects, we have to make it a responsibility that we are able to deliver good looking projects, as Sir said, that it has to be about the experience, even if you're using a 50 rupees square feet stone. So yes, we can do that, and we have to do that. I feel, as Sanchit mentioned, only 5% of people in India are able to afford good design. I don't think that's the case. People can afford good designs, they just cannot afford good designers.
So I would like to reiterate what I mentioned previously, that an aesthetic design can definitely be economical, and an economical design can also be very aesthetic.
I somehow tend to disagree on the 5% part, because I feel design, like I said, the beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. A slum dweller takes equal pride and a sense of belonging in their little shanty which has been beautifully decorated by them with whatever little money they have. It's not just a privilege. Good design is something that that is evolving. And we, as the exposure grows, we're all learning. And I'm very blessed and privileged to be a part of a group of architects who are working in the public realm and really trying to do best in whatever fashion we can do. And like my friends also say that, you know, aesthetics and economics are actually go hand in hand. It's not like it's either or. There has to be a good marriage between the two. And yes, I think a lot on our shoulders. And thanks for getting us together to kind of fight about it or talk about it. It's good to hear other people's perspectives as well. Thank you.
Manishi.
So fortunately or unfortunately, barring the government and the builder projects, residential clients hardly know what the economics of a project should be when they reach an architect. So it's our job to maneuver, to take them through the whole process, educate them what's good for them, what's not, and understand what are the must-haves and what are the good-to-haves, and then get the economics and the aesthetics to dance together.
So guys, summing it up, if you heard the tone from brash to responsible, then you can clap for me because I thought that I did that. But otherwise, yeah, it's wonderful to hear these guys. They're amazing. You know, the conviction with which their practices are it's an eye opener for all of us. And I wish them all the best. Thank you, guys. Thank you really for being there. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so before the picture, I would request for Indrajit Saoji of ITP Group. Indrajit? Okay, so yeah, he's here. Yeah. Himanshu Biala of Jindal Steel and Power and Ganesh Prabhu, head specifications from Hafele, on stage for the felicitation, please. Amit Murao. A huge round of applause, please. Manishi Agarwal. Mitu Mathur. Prakhar Jain. Priyanka Singh. Sanchit Arora. One group photograph, please. No, there's a keynote. The keynote address followed by your presentation. Requesting everybody to please settle down. We have more exciting sessions upcoming. Please settle down so that we can resume. Moving on, I would like to introduce to all of you, requesting all the
All right, people, the lady has been telling you, would you request people on the front row and the back row to please settle down? So we got something really incredible, a great, amazing speaker. I think Sanchit and all my lovely next gen, you look so stunning. Take your seat. And Vivek Gupta, the showstopper, can you please take seat? How sweet of them. All right.
Thank you, Vibhor.
Yeah.
Let us have a look at our brand Hafele.
Everyone needs a place they can call a home, a space they can withdraw into, to create cozy memories, to power up for the hustle that awaits. When your home can offer so much, it deserves much more. It deserves solutions of tomorrow, which were brought to life in 1923, that continued to evolve and outrun the times. It all started with just one thought: to help people make more of their homes. With the highest quality home interior solutions, the future of homes was unleashed. Germany's homes seemed to be transforming. Soon, the world began noticing a new side of smarter living, and the doors across borders began to open. Today, almost 100 years later, homes in 150 countries enjoy all that Hafele has to offer, including the most diverse market, India. A thorough understanding of the market since 2003 has helped us strengthen our core position as a hardware leader, as well as adapt to the specific needs of this region and venture into related home interior categories, such as home appliances, furniture lighting, bathroom solutions, and interior surfaces. Being the world leaders of innovative home solutions, we have left no stone unturned when it comes to creating architectural marvels, interior designing benchmarks, and unparalleled luxurious living. All this with the highest quality standards and a heritage that is true blood German, bringing absolute ease in everyday home living. It's time to relook your space, the one you like to withdraw into. It's time to recreate that corner, the one you create memories in. It's time to reinvent the time you spend when you power up for the hustle that awaits. It's time to reimagine your homes today, the one place you will call your own forever. Hafele, let's reimagine.
I would now like to introduce our keynote speaker for the evening. He is founding principal at Studio Lotus, a multidisciplinary Aga Khan Award-nominated practice that aims to craft spaces addressing the emerging future of work, leisure, and living. The practice's work is rooted in conscious design, an approach that celebrates local resources, cultural influences, keen attention to detail, and an inclusive process that seeks to bring out the best in every stakeholder. He is known for award-winning projects for the Ras Group of Hotels, the Krushi Bhavan in Odisha, and work at the Godrej Trees project in Vikhroli, Mumbai. His ongoing projects include Visitor Center within Jodhpur's Mehrangarh Fort Precinct, the new Royal Enfield's headquarters in Chennai, the headquarters of the Biju Janata Dal (BJD) in Bhubaneswar. and several hospitality commissions, including those for the Taj Group of Hotels Pan India. His role is largely studio focused, leading design processes that direct the trajectory of projects. He is deeply involved with the ongoing assessing benchmarks of innovation and sustainability for the studio's work, including aspects related to thermal comfort and localization of material and process. He is a custodian that have served as a cornerstone for the practice since its inception and personally involved in leadership development for the studio's team. Ambrish has lectured extensively at global design forums and with universities such as RWTH Aachen University in Germany and Rice University in Texas, and was on the super jury at the 2020 Design Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the keynote speaker of Delhi Edition Design Debate, Ambrish Arora. Ambrish, sir.
Hi. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to test whether the presentation is working. Okay, so that's the real presentation. So good evening all. It's nice to see some familiar faces in here. Can I get some water, please? Thank you. Both, beer and water. But water first. Anyway, I'll continue. So in the first part, which is the more important part of my presentation, I want to give everyone the recipe for happiness. I have my lovely wife here, Shabnam, with my mother-in-law. And this is something I've learned very early in life. For those of you who are not married, boys and girls, you can replace that with a husband. Now that's the ground that's been set. I'd like to share a story. Some of you might have heard it. I share it repeatedly in most of my presentations because it's something that reminds me why I do what I do. And there's a story of a priest. And this priest is walking along a mountainside. And as he's walking along the mountainside, he sees this guy hauling big rocks up the hill, and he's cursing. And he's giving all the choicest profanities and saying, when do I get done with this, etc., etc. And the priest asks him, what are you doing? And why are you so unhappy? And he says, you idiot, can't you see? I'm hauling rocks, these huge rocks up the mountain. And he says, yeah, what a stupid question. You know, obviously you'll be unhappy. If I had to do that, I would be. So he goes a little further, and there is another guy, and he's hauling even bigger rocks, but he's really calm and collected. And he asks him, what are you doing? And he says, I'm hauling rocks because I need to make a living for my family. So I'm making a living for my family. And he said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And he moves on, and he sees another guy, and he's hauling massive rocks, and he's running up the mountain and chucking them, running down, can't get enough of it. And he says, what are you doing? And he says, I'm building a temple for my master. And I think that's what really reminds us of thinking about why do we do what we do. And I think that's something that is really important for us to zoom out and look at. In the rut of things, we assume we know why we are doing what we're doing because of the choices we made in the past. What are the questions we continue to ask of ourselves? What guides our practice and creates meaning for us ongoingly? Because what created meaning for us years ago maybe does not create meaning for us today. And I think I'm going to try and share what are the values we have over time built for ourselves that give us meaning. And we are a medium-sized practice. We're about 100 people. And we like to believe that we try and run without hierarchy. We try and create teams that are aligned to certain values. So these are some of the values we really look at. So doing more with less, trying to be futuristic, but with appropriate means. We don't need to go high tech. I think especially in a country like ours, do we have means that are passive? I think Amit, you spoke about being passive as a means. Can we adapt and reuse buildings much more than we do? So we do adapt buildings that we love. We adapt buildings that are historic. But is there a case for when a client comes to us, say, I want to bring this structure down? Can we stop and say, do we really need to bring it down? Can we adapt it? Can we reuse it? How do we design buildings that endure? How do they stand the test of time? How do we create buildings that people love and want to retain and use? And I think one important part, again, in line with what some people said, that by nature, designers are hired by the top strata of society. That's a given in India, especially, and even globally. So can we create luxury that can be aspirational, that then trickles down and creates desires and aspirations that are responsible? So some of the, when we had talks about economy, I think economy is not just the rupee value. I think the economy is the cost to the planet, the cost to our culture, the cost to our society. And just because it doesn't have a rupee value, it doesn't mean it's not important to measure. And that's something that we need to be conscious of. And contemporizing craft. I think that's something that is rare and unique to our country. And craft, again, to me, doesn't mean high-end artisanal work. It is the welder, the bricklayer, the mason. We still build by hand. A large proportion of our country uses the hand to construct. Can we integrate that in our mainstream larger scale projects? And that's something that we continue to look at as the scale of our projects is growing. We try and see what is the value that the hand can add, which a machine cannot, because that too is our responsibility. So if we go deeper, we really look at what is the ecosystem we are working within. So there are all these people who can contribute and do contribute to the project. And if we stay conscious, and that's the key word, I don't think there are solutions. I think there are constraints all the time. I think the key thing is continuing to stay conscious of the various lenses that need to be looked at when we design. So what is sustainability? Is the environmental context? Is the socio-cultural context? Is the livelihood context? Beauty is a context. The role of culture is a context. All of that is context. And as we go through our projects, can we hold a lens up and say, look, am I addressing each of these? Am I looking at aspects that otherwise I would have missed in the heat of the moment, in the pressures of the client, in the pressures of the project? So one of the things we have tried to do over time is, in order to get the best out of people, how do you do it, right? So in college, I haven't been to architecture school, so I don't know, but from whatever I know, a lot of modernist architecture is where the architect is the author of the design, and his role is to make sure that teams come together to deliver the end product, which looks a certain way. And we pride ourselves, very often we show renders, and then we show the final product, and our pride is in how close is the render to the final product, right? And there you are controlling the entire process. But how much opportunity does it give for others to contribute in that process? And in this process, always the end will be greater than the means, right? So the process becomes secondary to deliver the end. What we are trying to build as a process within the studio and the work we do is an evolutionary model that allows different stakeholders to inform the project as the project is moving along. So we do crazy things like when we present a facade, we present the idea of a facade and we tell the client, this is not what your building is going to look like. This is an idea of the factors that will determine how your building looks like, and it really throws clients off. It really bothers them. But we also explain to them why we are doing that, because today, when we start the project, we don't have enough information. We don't have enough knowledge. We are not know-it-all. There are factors that need to be informed as the project evolves that need to come in and govern the project. So can we build in a process that allows for those factors to come in and incrementally improve the project at each stage? And this we find is an inclusive process. It allows people to contribute ongoingly as and when they plug in. And it is iterative. So there is this idea of the concept. There is this idea of prototyping. There is a learning, because a prototype can succeed or it can fail. Do we create the time ongoingly alongside? Do we plan for it? That for failure, and then iteration, and then at the point of success, you let it enter the project. So you allow for your process to inform the project at the right stage. So I'm just going to talk about two projects which were finished a while ago, but I don't have a, we've been working on larger scale projects which we haven't finished yet, so I can't share much on those. So some of you might have seen these projects, but I'm going to walk you through the process of these projects. In both these projects, we had a brilliant set of collaborators who are not here presenting with me. Manjunath from Bangalore for structure, Akshay Kaul for landscape, Buildcraft India are contractors for both the projects and finishing, and Mangrove Collective for furniture. The first project has been a journey of watching nature heal the land as much as building a home. Situated between Bhimtal and Mukteshwar in the Kumaon region of Uttarakhand, the site is at a height of 2,000 meters above sea level. The site rises through an elevation of 400 meters over an incline of 1 kilometer, with slopes varying from 25 to 40 degrees. We all know how the hills around Delhi have become an attractive destination for a growing market of second homes, which has led to rampant insensitive construction by private developers looking to make a quick buck, made worse by lack of building code in rural areas. The region has abundant rainfall, but the breakdown of old rainwater catchment systems and water becoming a commodity has led to a scarcity of water, destabilization of slopes and destruction of green cover, making it increasingly prone to landslides and floods. So when our client approached us with the idea of doing a luxury hillside development, we were very wary of taking it on, not wanting to be a part of the destruction of yet another hillside. However, over several meetings, we found our client, a nature lover, shared our values, and we jointly set together a mandate. Could we give back to the land as much as we took from it ecologically? Could we tread lightly on the ground in the way we build, in the way we treat the land, and perhaps even enrich the ecosystem? For the master planning exercise, we worked closely with Akshay Kaul. We started with the analysis of the slopes, the surface drainage patterns, and vegetation, the intersection of which showed us the least ecologically disruptive zones for construction and infrastructure hubs. Following through with a road network that worked in sync with the terrain, this generated a master plan with less than 70 homes to be built over the next several years, spread over 88 acres of land, giving us less than 5% ground coverage on site. Keeping the construction light and sparse, we planned shared community spaces, forests, and amenities, rather than large private spaces, and have amortized the cost of these public spaces amongst the residents of the private villas. We created a goal to be net surplus on our water supply requirements through rainwater alone, a big problem in the hills otherwise, a first in the region. For the first 2 years, the only work that happened on site was ecological regeneration. To reduce surface runoff and minimize soil erosion, a network of dry stone masonry gully plugs was made. So far, 300 of these have been finished, and within just 3 seasons of rainfall, water levels in the shallow wells on site and even the villages downstream, outside our site, has gone up to levels not seen in the past 20 years. To prevent soil erosion and stabilize the land across, this is not working. Next slide. So to prevent soil erosion and stabilize the land along steeper gradients, we adopted the use of bioengineering techniques such as brush layering, hydro seeding, and bamboo crib walls. The site has been and continues to be reforested with thousands of native trees such as oak, rhododendron, and others, along with native shrubs and grasses. Infrastructure is being planned as a distributed hub and spoke network. Rainwater runoff from the roofs will be collected and supplied through a gravity-fed network of tanks with a capacity to hold 30 lakh liters of water when the site is built out. Wastewater is biologically treated and reused for flushing, gardening, and horticulture. The villa in the woods, which I'll show now, is the first home on the site within a clearing of oak trees with a slope of 40 degrees, almost unbuildable by traditional methods. The 450 square foot villa was designed to be built in a manner so that both the process of construction and the end product have minimal impact on the terrain, with no trees being cut and minimal cut and fill of the slope retaining the terrain. The framework conceptualized by the very clever Manjunath mimics the structure of the trees with a narrow base that lightens and spreads as it moves up. Built over 3 levels to reduce the footprint and maximize views, the villa has been stilted off the ground to allow for the natural flow of water under the home. Localized stepped foundations along the slope allow for minimal excavation. To avoid the use of heavy machinery which would damage the slopes and trees, so no cranes, the structure is designed as a basket-like weave of lightweight steel tubes of 100 mm that use composite strength of this lattice to meet the codal requirements. Each steel member can be manually carried by 3 to 4 people with pulleys, avoiding the use of heavy cranes. Thin deck slabs are welded to the framework as a structural membrane and also serve as scaffolding during the process of construction. The gap in the weave allows for a clean movement of services to maximize internal heights. The home is designed to achieve European house passive standards, the first of its kind in the region. Passive design techniques address aspects of daylight, solar heat gain, natural ventilation, and thermal comfort. We have avoided the use of cement and kept wet work to a minimum. The building skill is a highly insulated, multi-layered dry construction to achieve the desired U values to meet the standards, to regulate temperature and prevent heat loss. The result is that the home consumes less than 50% of the energy required to keep residents warm indoors through the winter compared to a traditional stone hill house. The material palette builds on the vocabulary of the Kumaoni vernacular. Forest certified timber and locally sourced slate shingles weave through the metal structure to form an external rain screen. The interiors are a combination of the client's classic furniture pieces from the earlier house with new pieces that build a narrative through textiles, found objects, and art and craft. This is integrated within the relatively contemporary expression of the shell into a warm, eclectic palette. The ramped boardwalk leads through the trees to the main door. Wood carving is a popular craft in Kumaoni culture, and local artisans handcrafted timber frames and the motif on the main door and panels inside. The entry level consists of a foyer, powder room, living and dining with north and south decks. The kitchen and utility on the west face are serviced by an independent entry and a service staircase. The door opens into a foyer. To the left is the staircase that connects to the upper and lower levels of the home, and an elevator to ensure universal accessibility, which is rare in the hills. The living room has 2 pockets of seating around a fireplace and seamlessly connects to a large semi-covered deck perched among the trees. The dining brings in the south sun through a glass conservatory that opens onto a south deck for outdoor dining. The upper level has a deck flanked by 2 master bedrooms and a den. The stairs open into the den with a fireplace that connects to and open to the sky deck, flanked on either side by bedrooms. Each of these have cantilevered bay windows that project into the trees. Skylights with retractable blinds in the room bring in winter sun, and at night capture the intense starlit night skies as one lies in bed. The lower level has a guest suite, staff quarters, and a storage area. The staircase opens to the guest bedroom with its own deck. There is also a connection to a beautiful semi-covered landscape, which leads down through a cobbled mountain path to a bamboo deck over one of the springs that has come alive post our ecological restoration. All the services of the home, the MEP room and pumps for the radiant underfloor heating system are tucked in below the floating south court deck, easily accessible from the service staircase. The house within the forest evokes the feeling of being perched among the trees. The upper level bedrooms and deck nestled within the tree cover. The living room at level 0, the guest bedroom at level -1 with the verandas nestled within the forest. The cantilevered projections bring the forest into the rooms. The east elevation of the house is gently perched on the slope. The south elevation of the house merging into the landscape. And the original intent of the house disappearing within the tree cover. Have the audio? Audio? Yeah, there is supposed to be, well, some music to make it. Yeah. Thank you. So, set between Jodhpur and Jaipur, This site is an oasis of 600 acres of regenerated desert forest, flanked by a 150-year-old rainwater check dam. This was built by a then ruler 150 years ago as an irrigation reservoir on the vast farmlands in his control. The third generation of his descendants have been running it as a wildlife camp since 2005. In the 90s, they stopped water-intensive farming on the land and allowed for it to be overtaken by native trees into a thriving forest and home to hundreds of species of migratory birds and wild animals, such as deer, boar, with the occasional leopard sighting. With temperatures in summer hitting over 45 degrees Celsius, the tented resort was seasonal from March to a stretch in October, and they were finding it difficult to sustain the property. They leased out the property to the new owners. They were the RAS group, whose goals were to increase the number of tents, upgrade them, upgrade the public spaces and amenities with the aim of doubling the revenues for the rooms. For this, they needed to turn the seasonal camp into a perennial one, and to do this in a way that retained the lightness of the built intervention and the connection to the site's unique setting. On the other side, we were dealing with temperatures varying from a burning 46 degrees in summer to a chilling 2 degrees in winter. On one hand, we had to keep in mind the fragile load-bearing capacity of the 150-year-old dam. And last but not the least, the business plan gave them only 10 months from commissioning us, including design to build. The old program had circulation and services already mapped out, and for minimum disruption, we built upon the existing scheme. The old structures had no privacy from the side of the circulation path on the dam or in the open areas in front, and only offered lake views, ignoring the lush sunset forest views. The services were buried underground and messy to maintain. Our primary move was to create a tent-like air-conditioned insulated pod on an elevated lightweight deck with privacy screens segregating them, and a sunken circulation path on the west-facing forest on the edge of the dam. This allowed us to create stronger lines of sight to the views and run services off the ground without excavating the dam for easy maintenance. A skylight over the bed frames the intense star-studded night sky, heightened by the lack of ambient light in the remote forest. The structural system works on shallow, isolated piles made from hewn pipes rammed with lime and stone. Over this, a lightweight custom-built metal structure gets bolted. Infill slabs of sandstone without screed are placed on this framework, and you get the finished floor with the slab in a single move. A double-skinned drywall thermally seals the structure, and an outer covering of heat-reflecting tensile fabric completes both the waterproofing and the tent narrative. The continuous line of structures elevated off the ground allows us to maximize the number of rooms to 16, increase insulation and privacy, and ease out running of services in a single unit across the site without having to excavate the sensitive topsoil of the dam. Needless to say, all rainwater is captured and wastewater is digested through biodigesters and recycled. The structures were built out within 5 months of hitting site. This is month 1, month 2, month 3, and month 5. The master plans show the entrance drop-off at number 2, arrival courtyard around a restored stepwell at number 5, the old stairs branching off at either side, the boardwalk leading to the tents at 8, or at the open courtyard leading to the multifunctional restaurant cum bar cum reception at 6. This overlooks the pool and deck at 7. Number 13 is the kitchen and the back of house building, which overlooks the organic garden at 4, that serves the kitchen and also has an independent service entrance. I'll talk about the guest pods now in some detail. The plan of the pod strongly extends the indoor and outdoor connect with shaded verandas and open to sky gardens on both sides with dual sliding timber when the dual sliding timber doors are open, it makes for a seamless connect from sunrise over the lake to sunset over the forest. The inside-outside connect follows through into the bathrooms, which are linear slivers that capture the lake views from the bathtub and forest views from the WC. The sunken boardwalk leads up individual stairs to reveal a framed view of the lake. The interior scheme stays away from traditional Rajasthan heritage cliches and instead chooses to focus on indigenous techniques reinterpreted to bridge the forest and wildlife narrative through the idiom of a camping tent. We collaborated with a printmaker who reinterpreted classical Rajasthani miniature art forms and created a narrative around the indigenous flora and fauna. She took the the folk tradition of small woodblock printing and created large 68 feet wood blocks, which she carved manually printed the handloom fabrics with these motifs. This is further layered with hand embroidered birds and animals found on the property. The narrative appears in woodwork details such as these hand-carved air conditioning unit covers. All the furniture is custom built in local oil-finished acacia timber and builds on the romance of handcrafted details of camping furniture of the old. These organic compositions come together to create happy surprises waiting to be discovered in different tents by guests as they use the space. Each tent is different in composition and colorway to create diverse moods for returning guests. This is the complete tent framing the forest view, the skylight over the bed, the lake view, and the lake facing veranda and bathtub. The colonnade of private decks as seen from the lake and how they merge into the datum of the old dam with the public space framed at the extreme right corner. And this brings us to the public building called the Baradari, derived from the traditional 12-pillared pavilions of Rajasthan, which literally means a gathering space. Perched on the edge of the dam, the spaces follow a similar hierarchy as the tents, with wraparound shaded verandas overlooking the lake to one side and the pool deck and the pool on the other. The inner space of the building is designed with double doors that fold into the immaculately detailed sandstone fins for 6 months a year when the building is a naturally ventilated pavilion without the need for air conditioning. This building is a custom-built metal framework that holds 2 slabs of 3 meter tall, that's 10 feet tall, Chittar sandstone from 60 kilometers away with insulation in between without the need for glue or cement. The roof is made with sandstone slabs with waterproofing in lime mortar sourced from neighboring quarries. All surfaces within the reach of the guests are hand-dressed stone, and all details, including air conditioning grills, are hand-cut at site by local artisans. This is how the building looks viewed from a boat on the lake. A view showing the connection of the veranda to the interior, the east-facing veranda, the south elevation and the courtyard, where sunbeds are set up in winter, and campfires in the evening as the building becomes a lantern on the dam. Sorry, it's sorry, I skipped a couple of slides. Yeah. So that's the building at night. And so if you see what you're seeing right now is these stone slabs are creating an air conditioning duct that wraps around the interior, while graphically the interior scheme takes forward the forest narrative, which is hand chisels. ये film play हो सकती है? I don't know, some of the films are not playing. Anyway, that's a video showing how he was doing the chiseling. Skip that. The multifunctional buffet cum island bar counter that anchors the space is hand carved with flamingos that come to nest in the lake in winter. The west veranda overlooks the sundowner pool deck, with the pavilion lighting up over the pool as the sun sets. This is framed by the reclaimed stone rubble masonry from the site for the back of house building that connects below to the entrance experience, a traditional stepped well framing a small ancient shrine that houses the deity that guards the dam. To keep the camp alive and interactive, there are several elements built into the design that need to be maintained daily and weekly by women from the neighboring village as a ritual, such as the clay-lined courtyards, the lime powder decorations within these, and the clay and lime hand-painted signages for the room that need to be redone every few weeks. There's a small film capturing the experience of being, oops. ये फिल्म प्ले कर सकते उस पर क्लिक कर देंगे बस हाँ जी So I'm open to questions if anyone has any. We are done.
Amrish, thank you for doing this. When Vibhor told me that we need a keynote speaker, I just jumped at the idea of having you. Amrish is somebody whom I call the Buddha of our fraternity, and you could see the Zen-like work that he does. It's not just the work that he does, the way he runs his practice. I think that's a great example for all of us to follow, how he's nurtured the practice, how he's nurtured his associates, made them into partners, and still is able to maintain the calm despite the amazing body of work that you do. So my question is that, and this is also an example of what I was talking in the earlier panel of every architect being able to build sustainably through using local material, and the context being the foremost thing. I think you've woven all your projects so beautifully in that. So when you get, do you also, since we are on the topic of economics and aesthetics, do you also get a budget, or you give the budget to the client?
I think what we've learned over time is to align on a budget. Sometimes the client gives a budget, sometimes we come back to the clients asking him, I mean, I'm sure this is common kind of knowledge. So all projects have just 3 variables, and all 3 can't be held. So you have time, you have cost, and you have quality. And one of them has to be little flexible. So what you try and get a sense of early in the project is which is the variable the client is willing to play with a bit, right? So if it is cost driven, then are they willing to play with the time a little bit? So you have more time to do something. Or if it's very time driven, then is quality something that they want, something that's, so, what we try and do is there's a lot of prototyping and iteration in our project. So we try and minimize that for projects that are really tight on time and cost, but still can produce a pretty decent project, which we are proud of, but maybe is not pushing the envelope in terms of innovation. So I think, as Sanjay put it really well, I think it's a question of having that conversation early on and establishing trust and faith in the equation that I'm sitting on your side of the table. And I don't have an agenda except to give you a project that fulfills on your vision and dream. And if you align on that vision and dream and you create, I think it was beautiful, you created a vision document, you create some kind of a common vision, and then you constantly stay in communication when something is getting stretched. So that's one thing we really, really stress on in the studio. We have a practice where every week or every fortnight, a communication goes out to all the clients, whether they ask for it or not, what's the status of the project. If we are running late on drawings, we call it out, we apologize, but we inform them. If there's a resource crunch, we inform them. If there's a change in design because of an error we made, we inform them before they discover it, and we don't try and cover it up. We find it builds for a great amount of flexibility in your working with clients, and we are able to address budget, quality, time constraints, somewhat, not always, but makes it slightly easier.
Sorry to interrupt. So due to paucity of time, requesting you to take the Q&A offline.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Thank
Please
you.
stay back on the stage. I'm going to request Vibhor Srivastav of ITP Media and Anubhav Ghosh of a brand representative from Decor Pro by Asian Paints to please step on the stage for the felicitation, please. Before we head to the most anticipated session, that is by the Doyens, I am going to request, excuse me, Captain. Yeah, I'm going to request Mr. Himanshu Bilaya, Manager, Jindal Steel and Power, to introduce us to the brand.
Thank you, everyone. A really good gathering for me. Actually, I belong to a totally different domain, and it's really good, quite a good experience for me to know what happens, the kind of brainstorming that goes behind before the tender or the BOQ and all the things, the design of the any project comes before us. This is the product that we have been offering for years in market. Jindal Panther TMT rebar. The company organizational group, it's coming under the OP Jindal Group, just like Tata has the name of Tata Sons Group and a number of various companies. This Jindal Steel and Power, that is being chaired by Mr. Naveen Jindal, who has been former MP from Congress. Jindal Steel and Power has always been a part of Integral Steel Plant fraternity. It has been well mentioned in the JPC, the Joint Plant Committee. These are the three manufacturing units that we have in the eastern part of India in Angul, Raigad, and Patratu. Total quantum of the steel manufacturing that we have is 9 MTPA in totality in whole of nation. And if we combine the production in Oman, it reaches to 11 MTPA. We are not only dealing with the TMT rebars, but there's a complete product portfolio, which is a wide spectrum of the steel products that we are dealing with. And minded that we are dealing with only the carbon steel, not the stainless steel. And even with the carbon steel, we are dealing with a number of products. So let's again go with this bird's eye view and do a narrow vision of the product portfolio. We are moving towards the TMT rebar. For the TMT rebar, we are having the total production capacity of 1.4 plus 1. That means 2.4 MTPA. On a monthly basis, it is roughly more than 1.5 lakh tons of TMT rebars. And recently we got introduced into this domain, India's first TMT rebars of 500D grade with 45 and 50 diameter. And currently we are in talks with NPCL, one of the prestigious and topmost projects of the central government, the Nuclear Power Corporation of India. We are in talks with them for our 45 and 50 diameter rebars. This is a typical flow of any steel mill, any integrated steel plant. The three raw materials, the three key raw materials are the iron ore, then coal, then the limestone. So initially we go with the iron making, then the iron making is followed by this steel making, the primary steel making, then followed by the secondary steel making, and finally the casting. So what we have as a TMT rebar, it actually goes through all these processes before it has a typical solidified structure. And after all these things, this is a cast structure. It goes through the rolling thing. And you might have always wondered that why all these brands, Tata, JSW, Neo Steel, or Jindal Panther, and others are having always quite higher, significantly higher prices, roughly 5 to 6 sometimes, but at times these are at par with the secondary or scrap-based steel manufacturers. So these are some of the reasons that why any steel manufacturer is actually charging a premium, because we are taking utmost care in steel making. The steel is actually taken just like any designer or architect, it actually takes care of its design as a baby. So we also take care of the very high hot steel at 1600 to 700 degrees Celsius, and we take very much caution in making of the steel. Once it is actually made and the chemistry is achieved, so it shouldn't actually get into the contact with the atmosphere. So at all levels, the be it casting or the steel making, it is completely closed in nature. The typical sketch of our Patratu plant. This is 1 MTPA unit. It starts from the reheating furnace, heating it to 1180 to 1200 degrees Celsius. Then it goes for the rolling, starting from the scale removal at the descaler. These are typical roll sets that we are having, or any steel manufacturing has it. This is where the cooling takes place for the TMT rebar. This is of 102 meter long cooling bed. And what's special is there in the technology. So we are actually dealing with the HYQST, high yield quenching and self-tempering technology. So we are actually not letting our production or productivity to go down, and we are also not letting our quality of steel also to go down. So this is how we actually balance with the both. This is a typical macro structure or macro etch thing that looks like, and these completely concentric rings or then circle should be there for conformance of the uniformity of the cooling of the TMT rebar. If it is not there, it is not going to perform as required. And you will definitely find elliptical kind of shapes into the secondary or the scrap-based manufacturer TMT rebars, which eventually sometimes fail into the bending testing. This is the evolution of the TMT rebar, and how, since we are actually talking about the TMT rebar or the things that so far for the past 1.5 to 2 hours we had been talking about, what all is there at the outside of the structure, and now I am actually talking about what is there inside the skin or the beneath the skin as nerves and the bones of the structure. So how we can actually help the architect and the designers to get their cost reduced prior to the final design and prior to the final architecture kind of thing. So this is that we can, once we offer the higher strength material, once the structural consultant and the structural designer gets these things into their design, they can actually realize, you can see this, the bottom red line, the 1% increase in the strength of the material, it roughly gives 0.5% of the saving in the steel. So once the steel increase from 500 to 550, it's a 10% jump. So generally 5% or 6% saving is assumed there. Oh, this is how it actually looked like. The gapping, the spacing between the rebars would be increased once we switch towards the higher strength TMT rebars. This is a typical case study under the PMAY, Prime Minister Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. We carried out with the Lucknow Development Authority, and we realized that roughly 7.5% of saving as compared to 415D to our 550D, the saving per square feet in the TMT rebar is 7.5%. The government entity realized that and they gave us approval for that project. This is mentioned here over here. This is also quite an important thing that once you go to the market, how do you actually recognize our product? These are the things that you will find on our product. The Jindal and Panther markings are there with their logos. And to the opposite side, there are 4 things: the grade of the material, size of the rebar, ISI mark, and there is 6-digit unique identification number, which is provided by the government entity, the BIS only. And we are in a sense completely different with the way of Tata and others, Tata and SAIL, since we are having no re-rollers in our domain. So these are the only 3 manufacturing units that we have, and these are the 3 numbers that one can actually find in the market. We are having a number of international as well as domestic approvals from central and various state government entities. And also for the sustainable production point of view, we are offering not only the green rebars, and sir, you would be glad to know that in domain of structural steel, the beam, column, channels, we are offering the same Green Pro certified green steel as well as high temperature resistant steel. That means it has been tested up to 600 degrees Celsius for 3 hours of duration, and it has to sustain that temperature. Ours is the only structural steel, and ours is one of the 3 TMT manufacturers in India, which is certified by with this certification. These are some of the key projects which in which we have provided our not only the TMT rebar but other products also in AIMS, IITs, IIMs, and again the infra projects, the bridges also. Delhi, Meerut RRTS, we have supplied our TMT rebar for its foundation and other things. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bilaya.
Thank you so much. You can definitely.
All right, I have to step in. People at the back, we come to the end of the event almost to listen to the panel. May I request all the lovely men and women behind to come and sit, please. All right, people at the back, we won't start till you come and take your seats. And Asian Paints people, everybody, I'm going to be little aggressive in the sense that we want you to take your seats so you can talk later. So may I request you to please take a seat. Please take a seat, sir. We have almost come to the end. May I request everybody in the behind to take the seats, please. Everybody, please.
India.
So please may I request Ganesh, everybody, please go ahead. So please go ahead. Sorry, everybody behind, we can keep chatting. Amrish, may I request we come to the last? Can you even come, we're going to start.
Jindal Steel
Everybody, please take your seats.
to building a self-reliant India.
Asian Paints is going to be here, sir. May I request people, please, this is the last session. Gentlemen, may I request you to please take your seats. I mean, Delhi, come on, there is something left in Delhi, please.
Shri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small town
Get those people at the corner.
can accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. At its head-hardened rail manufacturing facility at Raigarh, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter.
which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raigarh Steel Plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul Steel Plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JS
Requesting Vibhor Srivastava and Mandar from Marriott team to please step on the stage.
So Mandar is here. He has the design. And we just buy the watch, not more than 2 minutes, Mandar. Thank you for coming all the way from Mumbai. He's the one who really brings the flag of Marriott with across 34 brand. Give him a big hand. He's here to meet all of you. One of the most dynamic person in the industry. And I've been a big admirer, the kind of appetite and the kind of footprints and the flags they do. Virtually how many you do? Quick one.
How many?
No, just whatever you want to say.
No. So basically, thanks, Vibhor. I mean, for partnering with us and then trying to create a small workshop, which will be in Delhi in the month of October. What we are trying to do is, get all you designers in that event, along with our owners, investors, and partners, want to build more hotels. And the whole idea is to collaborate with them, understand Marriott's brand, and how we can all help build more hotels in the country.
So essentially, to cut the chase, he's looking talented designers. And to that, he also wants to say that we've got more than 150 hotels.
Yeah, 150 hotels in the country right now.
See how much I follow Marriott. So I think Hotelier India and Marriott are joining hands together. It's going to be in October in your city at the Courtyard Aravali, which is supposed to be a gem of a property, and about 100 owners. So thank you, Mandar, and over to you, Amrita.
Thank you. It's now time for a very interesting message from our exhibit partner, L&T Electricals and Automation. And now, for the much awaited Doyens panel discussion, the session that we all have been waiting for. I would like to request Architect Vivek Gupta to step on the stage again, introduce the panelists for the session.
I said humbling, but this is a moment of pride for me that these industry doyens who've seen it all, done it all, they're here on one call. I feel privileged to have amongst us countries leading architects and designers. Hey, listen, guys, I'm introducing you. अच्छे से बोल रहा हूँ, सब सीखते जाओ. I'm talking about you. The doyens of the industry are here for you to give their gyan. They've seen it all. They've done it all. and the pearls of wisdom that will flow from them for you to take. Let me get the ladies first. Sonali. Sonali Bhagwati is practicing for last 38 years now. She looks, I would have settled for her in the next gen panel, but look at her. The inspiration for all of us with the fitness and the zeal to do work, continue to do some amazing work. Next in line is the Sultana of Design. Here she goes. Iram. Privileged to have these two ladies. Next in line is the maverick Manish Gulati of Mofa. With a wine glass in his hand, and I'm very scared now. He's got all the energy and he's got all the chutzpah now to take on anybody and everybody who comes. The poster boy of all luxurious design, Rudraksh Charan of 42mm Architecture. Caught between these stalwarts, I don't know, and I'm exhausted on all my vocabulary. I'm a Hindi speaking guy. I'm completely exhausted on my vocabulary. So pardon me, but again, talking about the same thing and trying to negotiate between economics and aesthetics. I know all these panelists here come from a very, very strong point of view, and their POV has been respected by the clients. The clients come to them only because of the ideology that they carry, the practice that they carry, and they will come. So they are already aligned. I think it makes the task a tad easier for both the